All right, let's actually get into it, shall we? Oh my God. I've done this before, I promise. Forgot my goddamn coffee, and we just can't have that. There is no Titus without caffeine. All right, how are you doing today, viewer? Hope you're doing good. You know, I love the fact that it seems as of late, I can wake up and I'm excited to be alive because I get to see just exactly what else Nintendo has done to lose their minds. You know, I wake up every day now and I'm like, man, what has Nintendo done this time? And I rejoice. I rejoice. I love it. All right. So we actually need to look into the whole, how do I want to word this so that I get exactly what I'm looking for? Why can Nintendo make a new patent that attacks PocketPair retro actively? So we get new patents because of a combination of patent law principles and the specifics of the situation. Nintendo's patents granted after Palworld's release are still considered to cover actions taken before their issuance, a concept known as retroactive protection. This means the patents can be used to claim the infringement, even if the infringement activity occurred before the patent was granted, says a Facebook post. Okay. Additionally, the fact that Palworld's game mechanics were modified after Nintendo filed, but before the patents were issued, suggests that the patents might still have some bearing on current state. Even if the original version might not have infringed. Sends a Games Fray article. Oh boy, this is quite the BS. And some of these articles are really old. I don't know. I guess not a whole lot of people have been covering them. Or I guess a lot of people have been covering them, just not the people that I normally watch when it comes to my gaming news. You know, we all out here doing the same thing, I guess. But basically, is this the Facebook post? No, this is an IGN Facebook post. Okay. So let me see. Let's read some of these comments, shall we? So Nintendo sued with patents registered after PocketPair implemented the mechanic on their game and is able to sue retroactively. Yeah, apparently the way I understand it, at least the way Google AI overview is giving me, is the way patent laws work. For those of you who were uncertain, apparently the way patent laws work is I can make a patent, and then if something is, something that came out before I was issued the patent offends the patent, then I can retroactively sue for these things. I don't know. I'm no lawyer. I'm definitely not a patent expert, but for the life of me, I don't understand why this stuff is allowed. Someone, I read an article yesterday that was talking about, and I loved it because they had a whole section. They were like, explain it to me like I'm 5, because in many ways, my mental capacity is about on par with a 5-year-old. And Unfortunately, they didn't actually do a very good job of explaining it to me like I was 5. The article was far too wordy for a 5-year-old. I'll have to be completely honest with you. But basically, the way they explained it, I wonder if it was this Game Freak. It was this Game Freak article. Okay, I should have saved it, right? If I was better at this, I would have saved it, but I did not. And the way they explained it was that basically because they already had an existing patent that covered a broader sense of in-game mechanics, I suppose the idea was that they were able to file another patent that was kind of tied to the original one that covered more specific things, and that's how they were basically able to get away with it, right? That's kind of how I'm getting it. I'm looking at this now. Doesn't sound like Pokemon, but that's another story. If one wants to understand what a patent really is, the title is pretty meaningless. The patent claims are what matters most as they define the scope of protection. Let's put it like this. Only because Nintendo has a patent on a game program, game system, information processing device, and information processing method doesn't mean they can just sue anyone who does any of that. The actual scope is defined in the claims, and in the case of this patent, it relates to having a character switch smoothly between 2 different writing characters in a virtual environment. Whether that should have been patented in the first place is another question, but a feature of a game is a far narrower concept, which therefore concerns far fewer companies than a game program or a game system. This is true. This is absolutely true, right? So I imagine that there's a point where things get far too broad. Like you can't just patent game programs because then only one company would essentially be able to make games, right? There's certain things that are far too vague. Now, if this article, what they're telling me is true, having characters switch smoothly between 2 different writing characters, I suppose in the idea of like in Pokemon, you can fly on some of the Pokemon and then you can like swim, or you can go to riding a swimming Pokemon, right? That to me, I'll be honest. Now, this is filed in Japan. So Japan and America, I know enough to know that these patent laws are the way that all this legal stuff is handled, very, very different, right? Different countries, different sensibilities, different court systems, all that stuff. Generally speaking, though, even myself, I think I would want to say that even that feels a little too vague, right? Because now what you're saying is a game can never have a system where you go from writing one thing to another thing seamlessly and or be in fear of Nintendo suing you. Now, Nintendo, of course, is notorious for suing anybody that they have the opportunity to, including regular people in Thailand and store owners in, I believe it was Colombia. So yeah, they are no strangers to wielding the army of lawyers that they have access to against pretty much anybody that they so desire. Let's see. We want to increase the size for this for you guys just a little bit. So if you'd like to read along, because last night we briefly touched on this, but it was getting late. I was kind of tired and I really didn't. I would imagine the average person, the reason why we make a lot of claims is because we just can't be bothered to read, short, like small books on all the legalese that's going on, right? But to be fair, I am doing a news series, so I suppose it probably makes a little more sense that I would actually do the research for this, right? And then I kind of just figured, why not stream it, right? Have people come in, kick it, and you chat about this stuff, you know. But yeah, so what do we have here? And now let's take a look at the priority date of JP 390. Right, yeah. So this is, there are 3 dates. That's true. We have 12, 20, right, because they do year. Okay, yeah, they do year, month, a day. Got a little confused here for a second as one of yeah, exactly, bro. Like, well, and I was saying yesterday, right? This is, so yesterday, like I said, I was blown away because I had, 238 concurrent viewers. It was a crazy amount to me, right? Like, man. And most of those viewers had come in when I had entered full rant mode. I was arguing with Josh in the chat about, I'm not 100%. I don't even really remember what we were arguing about. That's what I had told everybody, was that my friendship with Josh, love him to death, like a brother to me. He was a good man. But one of the pillars of our relationship is we both love to argue, and we will both absolutely give the other person what they want. So I forget, we were arguing about AAA gaming, and I was talking about how, in my mind, eventually AAA gaming is going to bubble and collapse in on itself, right? Because these budgets are getting bigger and bigger. And so because of that, they're charging more and more money. Although realistically, a lot of this is just a greedy kind of grab at cash, right? Because there's no way that, like, this is proven. We know this, right? And I'm not an economist. I'm not. But we all vaguely understand that the reason why the Xbox Series X, which has been out for multiple years, the price is not suddenly going up because of tariffs. Even Nintendo, when they announced the price increase for their hardware and their games, they've only recently mentioned the tariffs. And when they mentioned the tariffs, they said that would further increase the price, right? So Nintendo's not even trying to pretend like all of this price increase is because of tariffs. It's not. This is simply the way that gaming has been going. And I said, AAA gaming will collapse in on itself eventually. It just will. Now, whether that happens next year, this year, 10 years from now, who knows? But you're going to hit a point where a lot of these companies are making their games far too expensive for what they are, right? I argued Assassin's Creed Shadows is not a bad game because of all the things that people chose to complain about, like having a like whether or not it's historically accurate to have a gamers. Listen, there's a very small subset of gamers who really give a rat's ass about whether something is historically accurate. And it's definitely not the people who play Assassin's Creed. Okay, let's just get rid of that right out the window. Okay. The reason why Assassin's Creed is bullshit, and you and me were talking about this, is that it's the same slop recycled that it has been for a long time, and they keep charging you more for the game. Now, there's tons of people who will pay $70 for Assassin's Creed. God bless. There's probably tons of people who will spend $80. However, we're going to hit a point. There's a very delicate dance that we're doing where you're going to hit a point where you're charging a little too much for what you're offering, and people are going to stop buying. And when you look at the massively inflated budgets for a lot of these AAA games, eventually they're going to collapse in on themselves. Now, this is the cycle of life, right? The AAA games will collapse in on themselves. Publishers, maybe the publishers disappear. Maybe it's just the studios fall apart. They get bought by other people. And then next thing you know, much like what happened with us in the very early days of my gaming career, or my gaming history, I suppose, smaller companies will come along. They'll be the saviors to gaming. They'll be on a high road for about 20 years, and then they'll start to collapse in on themselves when they get too big and too greedy to sustain. It's just the cycle of stuff. That is just the cycle of life. Now, the problem with this particularly, when it comes to Pal World and it comes to Nintendo coming after PocketPair, all that stuff, is, to me, this sets a very dangerous precedent. And here's why. So, there are already well-established game mechanics people will never be allowed to use. For instance, if any of you guys remember Shadow of Mordor and the later sequel Shadow of War, those were pretty good games. Even though Warner Brothers decided to throw in a bunch of microtransactions into a purely single-player game and then make the game super grindy in Shadow of War and charge you for the privilege to try to speed up a single-player game process, right? What a wild fucking concept in and of itself. The game really lived off of the Nemesis system, right? The Nemesis system, which had it so that your enemies would grow, they would remember you, they would remember the things you did, they would change, they would get stronger, they'd keep coming after you. There was like an internal hierarchy. We will never see that in gaming again because of patent stuff like this, right? Now, I truly believe people who are less gamers and more, what would you call them? Like those finance tech bros type, those type people, they'll be more quick to argue, oh, well, people have to protect their IPs, right? They have to. No, but if I could make something and then someone could steal it and monetize it, then it gets rid of any real urge to create anything, really. I don't necessarily think that's true, but I see the line of logic that's being followed. Okay. And I do think that there's a lot of people who would be less incentivized if I could create something. And then realistically, sort of perfect case scenario, a lot of this copyright and patent stuff was supposed to protect small people from bigger people, right? Smaller companies from bigger companies, because a smaller company might come up with an idea, but a bigger company is more equipped to monetize it faster. Now, realistically, what we see is larger companies monetize this stuff and file these patents and copyrights and hire armies of lawyers because they have more money, and they just use this system to pull up the ladder and push out all the smaller people, right? That's kind of just how it works. And the dangerous precedent being set here by Nintendo is basically the idea that they put in a patent that wasn't specific to the gliding mechanic in Palworld. But because they put in a patent that was covering a game system vaguely under, you have to think of it like a kind of like a web chart or an umbrella, right? They had the very vague idea up here. And because they already had a patent on the vague idea, they get priority on on a patent for the more specific mechanic of being able to use pals or Pokemon as gliders. So now what this is saying is people can retroactively create patents to sue smaller game studios. And how much do you want to bet? I would be willing to bet. I bet you $5 and a firm handshake, maybe a little smooch on the forehead, that other companies are going to see this and they're going to start buying patents out the ass, right? They're going to start whatever is, because we've already established that just making a patent on a game system is too vague, right? Game system, what the hell does that mean? However, you can make it a little more specific, make a patent for that. And then when another smaller studio makes something similar to what you already hold, you can go out, create a new, create a new patent and retroactively sue the company for infringement. which in and of itself, I'm sorry, I get it. I'm not very smart. I'm not an incredibly smart man, but someone really, I need to, how do you retroactively sue someone for something when there's no way they could have, I mean, there's no way they could have known that you would have filed for that patent. Now, people are pointing to the fact that PocketPair began taking out mechanics prior to these patents for Nintendo actually going through. But that's true because they knew from the start that Nintendo was going to start coming after them. And I imagine, so here's what happened. There is a window between this yeah, I know, right? Like now literally nobody can add any kind of monster or creature-esque gliding pattern. And who benefits from that besides Nintendo? Not even Nintendo gamers, not even the most stringent, I will let Nintendo poop all over me people are benefiting from that. Nobody's benefiting from that except literally Nintendo and their bottom line. That's it. Gamers don't benefit from it. Smaller game studios definitely don't benefit from it. And yeah, now it sets the precedent that no game pretty much can feature any form of maneuvering with an animal or monster. Right? It's so, more than anything else, this is what the young people talk about when they say it gives me the ick. This is something that absolutely gives me the ick. Right? Because like I said, it sets a really, really dangerous precedent where now people, major game studios like Ubisoft, like EA, like, you know, even if you go further up the chain, Sony, Microsoft, they can accumulate all these patents and then what? They just slowly strangle out all of the smaller competition. And of course, there is from what I've understood from this article, as I do a little more research, there is a window between when you file for the patent and are granted it, where anything that comes out between that point may still be subject to scrutiny. Now, that's when PocketPair took out or planned to take out the gliding mechanic. That's also when they took out the, if you remember in the very, very early versions of Pal World, when you wanted to take your pal out, you would throw the ball and it would let them out, right? That was very much a Pokemon mechanic. I mean, to be fair, right? Like I said, I'm like your dad who finally came back with the milk and cigarettes if you want one. I am stern, but I am fair. Now, to be fair, that mechanic in Pal World, along with quite a few other things, were absolutely ripped from Pokemon. There's no question about it, right? Like there's literally no real discourse about it. It just is what it is, right? However, the problem is, this is one of those times where it's a game mechanic so vague that watching Nintendo win a lawsuit, or they haven't technically won the lawsuit yet, but it's looking like it's probably going to go in their favor. This is what starts to cause some concern, right? Them being upset and getting sued over the more very specific Pokemon mechanics, like capturing these things in a ball, throwing the ball to release the thing and have, you know what I mean? That, okay, fine. I can play ball with that, where it's like, okay, there's obviously, this is a little more specific, but using an animal as a glider, which by the way, to my better understanding, Pokemon has never had. They've had a flying mechanic, but they've never had a gliding mechanic where you literally latch onto something and then just kind of like, woo, you know? So that is very much the concerning aspect to me, is that now it seems like even vague things can be patented and then people can get sued. The last one intuitively makes sense. That's the date of the related patent application. But why are there two other priority dates, one from 2023 and one from 2021, and different patent application numbers? The next two paragraphs will answer this. Well, that's fantastic, because last night this was really wordy, and sometimes you're just not trying to read an essay. There are not only patent applications that start from scratch with a new invention, there are also those that are derived from another patent application. So this is going back into what I was talking about. Two types of derivative patent applications exist only in the US. And now, okay, that was also one that is pretty universal, and it's called divisional patent application. So that was the one that we had read about last night, was the idea of divisional patent applications that allow people basically to create a patent, hold it, and then have priority for any patents that further tie from that original one, but happen to be more specific, right? So again, this right here, most patent, they misspell patents, but I'll be honest, I mean, take a sip, take a shot every time I say patent, because I'm gonna say it a lot for the next probably 30 minutes. Most patent descriptions are in the range from 10 to 30 pages. Here's a screenshot of a passage from a Nintendo patent. I read through this a little bit. Okay, yeah, based on a first operation inputs, switching between at least a first and a second mode based on a first input, and in the first mode, determining an aiming direction in a virtual space based on a second operation input, and causing a player character to launch in the aiming direction. An item that affects a field's character dispose on a field in the virtual space based on a third operation input, and when the item is launched at a place where the field character is disposed, giving an effect. So for those who don't know, this is not talking actually about, this is talking about the capture mechanic in Pokemon. This is actually not talking about the gliding. I just realized this is actually talking about the capture mechanic, because basically, right, they're talking about you do an input, and basically what this is when you put the input in, your character gets ready, right? And you begin to aim in a virtual space. The second input is then you releasing and then throwing the ball. And then the third input is it colliding with something and having an effect. So basically what this is saying, and it's even worse now, is that realistically, if Nintendo wanted to sue somebody, if I have a mechanic in my game where I use an object, aim the object, second input release the object, and then when that object collides with something, it has a further effect, a third input, basically. What this is saying is that Nintendo solely owns the patent to that. Now, I suppose that if you wanted to argue that in court, depending on what the mechanics might be, I suppose that would be for lawyers to do, not for me, right? A patent specification of, say, 50 pages, mostly for the descriptions and the drawings, true, will usually explain a lot more than what the claims sought in the initial application cover. A lot of what is explained in those descriptions is not patentable, but quite often patent holders find that there are additional claims that would be supported by parts of the original application. It even happens that a patent office tells an applicant that the proposed claim must be split up because they cover different inventions, not totally different, of course, but sufficiently distinguishable that the patent office feels those claims should actually be put into different patents. In that case, a patent application will take the original application and make it the parent application. Yeah. So the idea that you can have a patent and then it branches off afterwards, right? What a divisional must have is new claims. If the claims were identical, or even if just so similar that the patent examiner thinks it is the same invention, then the patent office would reject them because you cannot seek two patents on the same thing. So now that I've yapped on about this for a while, basically that is what it is that patent law dictates that should someone have a patent on a game mechanic and a new patent branches from the original, also known as a divisional patent, then the company of the prior file all right, so that's what we're looking at for that. Oh man, I cannot wait to cover that in my news upload, because like I said, this is so bit of a really bad precedent being set, I think. Perhaps some of you may disagree, but I don't know. For me personally, that is sending a really, really bad message, because like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if suddenly a lot of major companies begin trying to patent whatever they can. I will say I was also confused as to why the US court system was being used, because PocketPair and Nintendo are both Japanese. But I realize now, again, because different countries handle things differently, that the US is the only one that has this very complex branching divisional patent system. And so Nintendo understood that they couldn't go after PocketPair in Japan, so they decided to go after them in the US. Lovely. Isn't that just great? Isn't that just absolutely beautiful, guys? All right, well, we're gonna go to the best gaming news site on the planet. Let's see what else Reddit's got for us today, as we all collectively watch the world fall apart. You know, Nintendo's got a lot of things going on. Nintendo is they updated their end user license agreement, the EULA, basically to say that if you are caught doing anything on their system that includes redistribution, resale, I don't know what the difference is between those two. I assume that redistribution literally just means you give it away to somebody. But if you were caught reselling, redistributing, modifying, or any of that with any of the games, then they'll brick your whole system. Yeah, that's kind of where we're at in the world right now. Here it goes. End user license agreement update. I don't know if I want to read it directly from Nintendo. I want someone to explain it to me like I'm 5. New update on Nintendo's EULA prevents users from filing class action lawsuits against them. This kind of feels like the same thing that Disney did, right? Where they were like, because you signed up for Disney Plus, if you die at one of our parks, we aren't held accountable and we can't be sued for that. Oh, yep. Disney did it. There you go. Yeah, true. That did not stand up in court. Now, the question is, as we mosey on down to the next point of contention, if your device experiences an error, we collect information about the error, the time the error occurred, and the application or feature being used, the state of the application when the error occurred, and any communications or content provided at the time the error occurred. Nintendo also, with your consent and to enforce our terms, we may also monitor and record your video and audio interactions with other users. That one, I suppose, that one right there is we're covering our own asses, right? That is like, hey, look, here's the unfortunate circumstances of what we understand. We have Nintendo. We understand that Nintendo predominantly is a system that children will be interacting with. Unfortunately, in this environment, it's not only children, but it also could be grown men the age of 40. And there is a chance that both of these people will simultaneously be existing in the same shared space. And now that we offer built-in voice and video chat, should anything happen that could cause legal ramifications, we want to be able to cover our own asses. Personally, while I'm sure a lot of people really don't like that idea, I understand specifically why that particular injunction exists there. And I mean, realistically, we already exist in a day and age where everybody you interact with in terms of sites you use, game systems, all that, they're all collecting your data. Because knowledge is power and power is money. So very, 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 very interesting, I think. This section also concerns Nintendo not agreeing to take you to court, and they just so happen to specifically carve out an exemption for intellectual property suits to go to trial, of course. So basically what they're saying is, you can't sue us, we can't sue you unless you're infringing on copyrighted material and other stuff like that. I don't agree with these comments right here. I mean, that's true. People have been doing this for years. I mean, Facebook has the same thing in their UI, I believe, where the only under certain very, very, very specific scenarios can you actually sue Facebook for certain things that they may or may not do behind the scenes, right? Like you can't sue them for selling your data, because they absolutely do sell your data and it's in the contract, I believe. I think the problem is some of this, it's the problem is not that it's one thing in specific, it's a lot of things all together. Like them stating, we can, if we find that you're doing something like modifying your game, we can brick your whole system. We can then brick 100,000 people's systems, and those 100,000 people would not be able to come together and file a class action lawsuit because they've signed away that right. It also, again, true to what they are saying, is that the outrage is less of whether or not you've signed it away or whether or not courts will uphold it, right? Because there's certain things, what people don't understand is just because you sign a contract does not mean that you are entirely beholden to the contract. And what that means is there are certain rights that you cannot, under any circumstance, sign away. For instance, what people kind of bring this up, when Disney tried to throw out the lawsuit from the couple because the man's wife had a very bad food allergy, they double checked and they said that, you know, the people at the restaurant would be fine. Well, it turns out she wasn't fine. She ended up dying. Right. And Disney tried to say, well, because you signed up for Disney Plus, you signed a contract that said you would not be able to sue us in part or in whole at any circumstance. Now, that didn't hold up in court because it was unreasonable. And you can't sign away your ability to file for file for a court proceeding under lethal negligence. And that's not the actual like law term, but the idea that just because you sign something on Disney Plus doesn't mean that you can die at a facility that's owned by Disney and they can just get away with it. That's unreasonable. You can't sign that right away. So I think the problem here is that it really depends on how reasonable courts want to be about certain things when companies are acting maliciously, right? Let's just pull it like it is. They're acting underhanded and maliciously, but there's certain things that no matter what you sign away, they will not be able to get away with. Like, even if it was in the contract where they said, if we find that you've been tampering with our games, we can send agents to your house and unalive you. That would never hold up in court. Even though you signed it, there is no reasonable expectation that someone can harm you just because you opened a Nintendo account. That there's no way in hell that could ever happen, right? I think the problem is a lot of these people, they are reasonable, but they are also pretty much running defense for a company, right? And that's why most people don't really want to hear it, because there is a very much an us and them It's not even perception. It's just the reality that when it comes to consumer and company, there is an us versus them mentality. And you never want to be the person who is running defense for a major company unless you're getting paid. If you're getting paid for it, then sure, whatever. You know what I mean? I get it. We all got to get the bag somehow, but and I completely disagree. I think people should be outraged every chance they get. Because at least that starts a discourse and it starts the more moderate people talking. And those are the people who will actually, most people who get super outraged on Reddit, this is the extent of what it becomes. It becomes this right here, right? It becomes an angry, it's usually the more moderate people who will actually move to affect change because they're not completely blinded by the emotion sparked the outrage, right? And generally speaking. Yeah. I mean, I kind of agree with this. It's a pretty bold move to put this on the Nintendo subreddit where obviously people are going to defend Nintendo. And that's what that's kind of the thing that I was mentioning yesterday about not any Nintendo fan, not any Nintendo gamer, right? But a very, very specific subsect of Nintendo gamers who are shit eaters, right? I'll say it again. I'll say it 1,000 times. Mama always told me there are people who will shit in their mouths so that you have to smell it. What does that mean? That they are willing to inconvenience themselves greatly to inconvenience you a little bit. And that is some Nintendo fans. Not every Nintendo fan, because I know plenty of Nintendo fans who are just as upset about this. Is Nintendo leading to the industry downfall? Probably not. But they're just the ones that they're the ones jumping off the cliff first. And so that's why everyone's talking about them. Is because they're just the first ones, right? They were the first ones to announce $80 games. Now everybody's following suit. Does this mean that Xbox and PlayStation, or rather Sony and Microsoft, wouldn't have done it? Absolutely not. Of course they would have. But Nintendo's catching all the flack because they chose to be the first ones. Again, same thing with the patent stuff. If you're willing to be the first one to set the precedent, you take everything that comes with that, including you are the first person that people are going to point fingers at, even if it's not really your fault. Because again, yes, it's absolutely true. We would have had $80 games regardless. We absolutely would have. Right? There's absolutely no doubt in my mind, regardless of the actions taken by Nintendo, we would have had $80 games. Systems would have gone up. There's no feasible reason why Xbox decided that they were going to increase the prices of years old consoles, other than they saw that other people were doing something similar. And probably the fact that Microsoft has stated, now whether they hold to this remains to be seen, but Microsoft has stated that they don't want to do consoles anymore. They simply want to be a software publisher, right? So, and it kind of shows with their merger between Activision Blizzard and Microsoft, they're trying to be, you know, the major North American gaming conglomerate, right? So the thing is that, like in all things, when you're talking about some nuance, there is some truth to the matter. This is not entirely Nintendo's fault. People who are acting like Nintendo did this, no. People were going to raise their game prices regardless. However, Nintendo chose to be the first in line. Nintendo decided to be the one to put their foot out there first. And as we all know, if you are the first nail sticking up, you're the first one that gets the hammer. Now, again, a lot of this is very lost in the weeds. None of these people on Reddit, and myself included, are law experts or legal experts. No, I would be willing, $5 in a firm handshake, bet you none of these people actually know anything about legal proceedings. Not really. And all of this is either being born of an urge to shit on Nintendo or prop them up. That's literally what this is driven by. Yeah, reading through some of this, I mean, Reddit, right? Any public forum on the internet is going to be a absolute fucking shit show, right? And when I saw this comment, this is the first thing for all of you viewing. All right, one thing you should always be very careful about is the what about isms. I'm sure there's an actual term for that. I just like saying what about isms. The whatabouts, right? Well, you know, Nintendo, blah, blah, blah. But what about climate change? What about little Timmy and the fact that he lost a leg? What about Trump? What about him? Like, actually. For all of those of you who may be watching now or in posterity, I want something, seriously, I want you, if you are the type of person trying to have a fair, nuanced conversation on the internet, first off, good luck, right? I mean, this is really something I wouldn't suggest anybody try to engage in unless you just simply like harming your own mental health, or like me, you find it kind of amusing. That's usually what it is for me, is amusement. Whenever you're trying to have a conversation with someone, if the first thing that they do is point out something else, you got it, big dog. Because obviously, if you had a comment that was relevant to the conversation, you'd open up with that. right? This person simply jumping in and saying, well, what about tobacco and fossil fuels? Okay, sure, man. But we're on the Nintendo Reddit. We're on the Nintendo subreddit talking about their end user license agreement. This whole like, but what about everybody else? Okay, well, I mean, much like, there's a lot of people I think who prove, if your parents ever asked you, if your friends jumped off a bridge, would you jump too? Well, it turns out a lot of people would, I guess. It turns out a lot of people absolutely would jump off that cliff because this is completely just nonsense behavior. Well, what about Billy? Well, what about Timmy? Well, what about Susie Q? What about any of them? That's not what we're talking about. That's not the fundamental point of the conversation. And like I said, this more so than anybody else, Nintendo fanatics, let's call them fanatics, the very specific subsect of Nintendo gamers who are willing to lay down their lives for a company that would use them as toilet paper. Hey, what's up, Jeremy? We're still ranting about Nintendo. Well, not really. The point of this was we had to do more research for the video because I wanted to actually get down some talking points and actually educate myself on what some of the things we were talking about, because you actually just missed the section for the whole patent and copyright thing, and it was absolutely eye-opening and fascinating and just as bad as I thought it was last night, but at least now I know how the process works. Or why the process is allowed to work. You know what I mean? So, yeah, now we're talking about Nintendo has upgraded their end user license agreement. Now, I'm sure, like I said, the whole, you're not as big of a gamer as like, I think some of the crowd or myself in terms of like, how much you follow this stuff. You see, Jeremy, you're a much better, more well-adjusted human being who doesn't get caught up in the drama of nerds who doesn't get caught up in nerd shit. I do get caught up in nerd shit though. So it is what it is, right? And what we're having here is Nintendo has upgraded the end user license. If you know what that is, it's basically whenever you make an account and there's like those pages of fine print that nobody ever reads through to in order to make an account or whatever, you know what I mean? The Nintendo upgraded that end user license to include something that basically says you are signing away your rights to be able to sue them, basically. At least proceed with a class action lawsuit. Because here's the thing, and here's what I understand, or this is what it reads to be. As Nintendo, we understand that, yeah, exactly, signing away your kidneys, right? Or like how Disney, I don't know if you ever heard about that, but the Disney lawsuit where the guy's wife died at the Disney park, and they were like, well, in our license agreement, when you signed up for Disney Plus 7 years ago, it says you're not allowed to sue us. Now, thankfully, stuff like that didn't hold up in court, right? The US court system threw that shit right the fuck out. They're like, yeah, there's certain things, no matter what you sign, you literally cannot sign away certain rights. Wrongful death is probably, I would assume, one of them. You cannot sign away wrongful death unless it is like an explicit waiver that says, if you do this, you might die, right? This is not something that you can put in a 17-page license agreement for a streaming service. This has to be like, hey, in big bold letters, you die, you can't sue. Do you understand? So basically, what Nintendo has gone and done is they've basically put in their end user license agreement, which they updated, right? Well, it didn't, the license agreement didn't used to say this, but you are no longer able to engage in a class action lawsuit. Now, to me, there's a very specific reason why they say class action lawsuit and not lawsuit in general. And that's because as Nintendo, we understand that if you're a single person, we will eat you alive in court. Because you couldn't possibly fathom to pay for the amount of lawyers that we can. You could not, under any circumstances, afford the amount of lawyers we can. However, class action lawsuits, aka tons of claimants all coming together and attacking one system as a whole, that could be a little bit scarier, usually because class action lawsuits are, one, handled by the government, quite often is the case, and two, because, you know, it's the same reason why people want to get rid of unions. You ever notice how the biggest people trying to get rid of unions are companies? I wonder why that is. It's almost like the only way you have power against a larger entity is to bring multiple people together. And so if we can stop you from being able to bring multiple people together, then we can pick you off one by one, wipe our hands and walk away from the situation, right? Funny that stuff, huh? Funny weird how that works. Very strange. I don't know. Very strange. Not only that, but the end user license agreement. Now, thankfully, Jeremy, I know that you know, we both have dabbled with Nintendo in our days, I'm sure. Nintendo has also added a thing to their license agreement where if you were caught basically doing anything to your system post-market, this means modifying your games, modifying any hardware, they can brick your game and your whole system. Exactly. Yes. The trucker unions. Absolutely. If you mess with any of your stuff that you bought, like your game, like if you want to modify your game, anything like that, and you get caught, they are allowed to brick your system and the game itself. Now, what does that mean? That means that they are able to basically fry the programming inside of your system so that it becomes unusable. Now, this is under the claim of piracy, but of course, as I stated yesterday, piracy is just a more palatable lie, because most people in modern, well-adjusted society would say, yeah, stealing is bad. You shouldn't steal. You wouldn't want someone stealing from you, so you shouldn't steal from others. However, it covers far more than piracy, including modifying your game, all of that stuff. Yeah, all that stuff is very much has nothing to do with actual piracy. And yeah, so they just want complete control over the products you buy and how you choose to enjoy those products. And that's also part of this end user license agreement. And one of the things that people are pointing out is, oh, well, you can opt out of the end user license agreement by sending physical mail. Anybody who justifies, oh, well, yeah, it's not about the work. It's about the fact that you actively tried to make the process harder. That's it. Sending mail is really not that bad. Yeah, well, Japan, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, they put in the dead man switch. You fuck around, we nuke everything. Your console won't work. The game won't work. Nothing. Now, going back to the whole, you can mail in your opt out. To me, the argument is not that sending mail is that hard. It's not, obviously. The argument is that you're a fucking scumbag. Like, here's the thing. Yes, companies are not your friends. We all understand this fundamentally, right? We know this. They're trying to get your money. They don't give a rat's ass about you. However, that's not really a good counter argument for why people should say something when the scumbaggery is blatant. Does that make sense? Like, it's one thing to be a scumbag but try to hide it. At least there's a sort of like, it's another thing to flagrantly wave the fact that you're being an asshole around. These are two very different things. And I think that's really what it comes down to, because there's absolutely no reason why I shouldn't be able to opt out of the end realistically. And I believe that there should be legal precedent for this. Every end user license agreement that you are given, you should be able to opt out on the spot. I shouldn't even have to send an email. I should be able to opt out right then and there. That's just how I feel. That's just a personal opinion that I hold, is that if you're going to try, if you are forcing, because one thing I don't need is some grown ass man in a Triforce t-shirt who hasn't bathed in 3 days try to explain to me why sending a letter is not that bad. You're right. Fundamentally, you're right. Sending a letter is not that bad. But realistically, I should be able to do it right then and there. As soon as I get to the end of the end user license agreement, it should ask me, do you choose to opt out? Yep. Because what happened is this end user license agreement update wasn't even processed. It was sent through email, as far as I understand it. So if you can send an email to me updating all of this shit and then just assuming that I agree, then I should at least be able to send you an email back saying no. And yes, once I buy your hardware and I buy your game, I should be able to fuck with it as I choose. Now, that one's a bit of a more slippery slope. There's a lot of people who, like I said, there's a lot of shit eaters, especially in Nintendo. The Nintendo fan base has to seem some very loud and proud shit eaters. Nostalgia is a hell of a drug, is the only way I can really explain that. Nostalgia is a hell of a drug. Because to me, there's nothing else that really realistically makes sense as to why people would defend this kind of behavior. Now, to be fair, there's no reason why people should be able to defend this behavior with pretty much anything. This could go for Sony, Microsoft, hell, even if Steam was acting a fool. PC gamers are the most angry, unbathed fucking gamers you can find. And I know this because I'm one of them. I know my people. I should be able to, because like I said, the thing to me is I understand why, for instance, if you are found illegally redistributing stolen goods, absolutely, right? Drug dealers don't do what they do. They're not confused when they get arrested. If you engage in criminal behavior, you always understand that there's a chance you might fuck around and find out. But if I legally buy your game and I choose to modify it so that Link has a pink outfit or his sword is a massive dildo, I should be allowed to do that. I bought your product. I paid for this thing. Now, the problem is, again, we're very quickly moving into a scenario where, as it was the, right. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. Oh, officer, I don't know where this came from. These aren't my pants. I found these pants at the park. Going back to what we were talking about, there was a director at Ubisoft who, during an interview, said something that was very poignant. And it was basically the idea that you will own nothing and you will like it. And to be fair, that is pretty much where gaming has hit right now. If you read most of these end user license agreements, you don't own. Yeah. You don't own anything. You merely have paid for a license that allows you the privilege of partaking. But I think if people want to complain about that, that's fine. Because I think, here's the thing, vocal backlash doesn't really do as much as we hope it does, or we think it might. But the scenario doesn't get any better, and in fact probably gets much worse once people just flat out begin accepting stuff. And once people stop talking about things. Discourse, people talking about things, it doesn't need to bring radical change every second. But what it does is it increases the probability that it'll happen eventually. And to me, that's the important part about why people should talk about these things. It's not because when I put up a news video, it's not that I expect that some revolutionary is going to come around and burn the whole gaming system to the ground. But yeah, it makes you think about it. Thinking is a very powerful human tool that we and very select species on this planet are able to do in any like complex capacity. So it always, honestly, it creeps me out. It, like I said, as the kids say, it gives me the ick when people are like, well, why are you talking about this? Why are you thinking about this? Because thinking about things is eventually what leads to things getting done. Now, I'm not saying it'll be me. It probably won't. I'm a lazy bastard. I'm a fucking shitbag who sits around and complains all day. But maybe someday somebody watching my video makes the gaming sphere better. And if it's not my video, it's everybody else's video. That is generally speaking why I do what I do. And if we're being frank, at least for me, and there's a bit of a behind the scenes. A lot of times I do these things for the entertainment. We're not confused as to what the relationship is, right? I'm the entertainer and you're here to be entertained. Yeah, exactly. Don't pay no mind to the man behind the curtain. Yeah. So, all right. We've been at this for about an hour and a half. I need to go stretch the old man legs. All right. I'm getting old. My sciatica or my lumbago, my pescatarian. So let's go ahead and give ourselves a little bit of a break, shall we? From the ranting, from the all that. Go hug your wives. It is Mother's Day. Hug your wives, your moms, your grandmothers. I already got all my phone calls out of the way. Talk to my family. Let them know that I was happy for them. And go get yourself a drink. a little snacky poo. You know, we'll meet back here about 10, 15 minutes. Ooh. Ooh, I kind of like this one better. All the mutters out there. Your son, love you. Love you. All right, we're back. Got myself a little snack, some apple. Green apple, of course, because that's the best one. All right. Let's move on. Well, let's get some final let's find the updated version. May allow you to create and use or create and share user-generated content. Means text, images, audio, video experiences, or other content that you create within the Nintendo account services that are able to share with the public. You own your end. However, Nintendo retains ownership of any Nintendo. Since you own and control, you are responsible for it. All right. Huh. I mean, most of this stuff seems. Destiny 2 is doing a crossover with Star Wars. Destiny 2 is also getting sued. You missed that part from last night. Actually. Hey, I realized, Josh, after you went to bed last night, when we were looking up some news stuff, one of the headlines we found was Destiny 2 is getting sued over copyright infringement. Yeah, I imagine most casual Destiny fans don't really care. No. Actually, Bungie kind of made a fool of themselves in court. I'll give you the TLDR, but basically, this guy wrote a book. This guy wrote a book. He didn't write a book. Well, he wrote a book, but he published it on WordPress or whatever. And to give you the kind of the TLDR, basically he's claiming that Bungie, especially their writing team, stole a bunch of his intellectual ideas from their story or whatever. They mentioned a couple things, but the big one was when Bungie went to do their defense, they were like, well, we have this content vaulted, but they tried to present to the judge basically like a bunch of wiki pages and a bunch of like compilation, I guess, lore videos, and the judge threw all that stuff out. They're like, no, you got to give us like direct side-by-side comparison. like the plaintiff did, or your case won't. We can't make grounds for your case. So as it's going, Bungie is on the back foot. And I'll be honest, as someone who sat and read those PDF pages, I mean, if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, I guess it just really depends on like how vague. It's kind of the same thing with like the Power World lawsuit and the patents. How specific does something need to be before there's a real case, right? Because some of them, I mean, are kind of compelling in terms of like, oh, they call their bad guys the Red Legion. I called my bad guys the Red Legion. Color plus thing isn't really, come on. Like color plus thing's not exactly a great argument as a copyrightable naming convention. But the fact that they're both called red, it's basically death by 1,000 cuts. Let's put it that way. It's like, all of these claims are very vague, but the fact that there are so many of them that all line up, like 30 some odd, like side-by-side instances that the accuser made, is when it starts to look a little okay. And they're all very, very vague, right? It's like, oh, in my story, the bad guys use warhounds. In their game, they also use warhounds. Like warhounds is kind of vague, right? But when you list all of these things together, it's not just naming conventions either. It's like there's a couple of the things that really were specific were the Red Legion specifically, both being named the Red Legion. Also, the idea that both of the rebel, when the invasion happens, the, I guess, rebel capital for both are like tech floating cities or whatever. Like I said, it's a lot of little coincidences that start to, like, after you read through it, starts to look more like the sum of its parts rather than anything individual, right? Because a lot of it, like, I can kind of give you the spark notes on it. There's claims that, like, oh, the invading alien force is a commander who's young and brash and egotistical, and he thinks that the humans are weak and all that stuff in both stories. Like just assume everything I say moving forward, it's going to be both stories. This is the thing, right? And it's like, okay, the invading force thinking that the defenders are weak and feeble, that's nothing new, right? But then there's the whole like, both of the invaders commanders are young and ambitious, and their mentor is an old grizzled outcast, right? Like a lot of this stuff is not new to writing, but the fact that all of it lines up perfectly is kind of like, oh, we have a second act low point. They also, they have a second act low point. Like none of this stuff to like in and of itself is like, okay, this is just writing 101, right? But the fact that it all like when you put it side by side, it all lines up is where it starts to like, okay. And I think the biggest problem, honestly, to me, the biggest problem is that Bungie in their defense really fucking screwed the pooch on their first try. They try to get the judge. They're like, well, you need the context, which is true. Which, you know, to be fair, for stories is true. Context means a lot, but you can't go up to a judge and be like, our defense is the 70 pages of wiki articles. And the judge, I'm paraphrasing here, but the judge basically said, I don't care about this nerd shit. And you have to figure this shit out yourself. And honestly, I think that's the biggest blunder that Bungie has made so far, is that they were kind of lazy with their defense, man. That's really a big one, is that they tried to be really lazy with their defense, and the judge shut that shit down immediately. It's a lot of legalese. You know what I mean? Like galactic, you know, threat empire invading, the grizzled outcast mentor, the fact that the invaders are looking for a super weapon. Like none of this is really inspired writing. Like this isn't like, well, in my movie or in my book, I've got blue aliens with 3 tits, and in their game, they've also got blue aliens with 3 tits. And it's like, okay, well, you know, having 3 tits is pretty specific. That's a specific number of mammaries. A lot of it is very, very vague. Or like, oh, we show the another one was, we show the conquering empire by, you know, destroyed buildings, and the invaders are walking free through the land and without, you know, impediment. And in their game, they're doing the same thing. It's like, well, the writers by a couple years. The writers, I believe, by, when did Destiny 2 release? Oh, by quite a bit, actually. The writer's book. No. The writer's book came out about 4 years before Destiny 2. I believe it said it was officially published on. It was officially published on 2013. I don't remember the month, but it was 2013 on WordPress. So 4 years before Destiny 2 was released. And another claim that they're making, though I don't know the validity of it, was that there was apparently a correspondence between the two, between Destiny 2, like a writing director or editor or something, and the individual in general. And he stated that apparently, and this is not well published knowledge, that like Destiny had to cut a bunch of stuff right before its release, right? Like 3 or 4 months. Like that was a bit, because remember they pushed the game release back by a couple months. Now apparently he's claiming, the plaintiff, the writer, he's claiming that this happened because he reached out to them, basically said, hey, your game has a lot of my stuff in it. And apparently they scrambled to try and cut a lot of that stuff out so they wouldn't get sued. I don't know if that's true, because it just said that the claimant and then evidence file, it was like, you know, it was like legal, like if evidence A2 section 8.3, like, you know, when evidence gets put into a case's file, it all gets like neatly labeled and stuff. If there was an evidence label, but obviously the site that I was able to find the court proceedings didn't actually provide, you know, like a phone call or anything. And I don't even know if a phone call was provided, but yeah. So, I mean, like I said, that's a good point. And a lot of people have wondered why it took so long for this to happen, because, well, you know, Josh, to be fair, some people do behave in good faith, right? Some people do. They do genuinely behave in good faith, where they're just like, hey, you know, I don't want to have to sue you. And when you think about it, a lot of times there is that hands-off thing of like, when you're an individual going after a company, it's hard to gauge it's hard to gauge like what your chances are when you're going after a larger entity, right? Now, I don't know if I never played Destiny 1, so I don't know if there was a mention of the Red. Well, let's look it up. Is the Red Legion mentioned? And well, I guess a lot of people. Well, apparently, according to this, there was never a mention of the Red Legion in Destiny 1. Yeah, apparently the Red Legion was never in Destiny 1. It's at least never mentioned by name. It's just called, they're just called the Scouting Legions or the Scout Legions, if that Redditor is to be believed. So I'm not 100% sure, if I'm being honest with you. Like I said, it's very much a sort of yeah, it does. And like I said, if you read the actual kind of court files that they've released, there's about 53 pages of them. I didn't read all of them, I'll be honest with you, but I read about 12 of them. And like I said, it's very much a death, the death of a thousand cuts, where it's like they specifically, now a lot of people are wondering why this is just hitting courts now, but anybody who knows about legal proceedings knows that a lot of times, especially with these kind of things, it can take years to build a case. And it is more than just the name Red Legion, right? Like I said, there's a lot of different things that all kind of match up. And Bungie really, like I said, Bungie really fucked up because, they did the whole, oh, well, we vaulted this content, so you're going to have to read these wiki pages. It's like, bro, I'm going to be honest, that to me almost kind of speaks louder than anything else. Because if you were truly confident that you were in the right and you hadn't committed any copyright fraud or infringement, rather, I mean, yeah, the content is vaulted towards players, but you internally have to have all of those files, all of those receipts. That you have to have them internally. So it almost kind of looks like you're trying to obfuscate things by what? But because what is the wiki article supposed to do? Give me someone's interpretation of the thing and allow a third party who wrote the article to explain to you why they're different? Of course a judge threw that out. That sounds so stupid. That sounds stupid. That is stupid. It doesn't just sound stupid. It is stupid. I will say that's actually the more telling thing, I think, for me, was how Bungie initiated their defense. That to me speaks a lot more than most of the other things, if I'm being real with you. Because it is not a good look. It is not a good look in the slightest. Now, going back to the Nintendo user license adds anti-arbitration clause. There we go. Polygon, you guys are still doing your thing. Yeah, we're just going to take this because basically right now what we're doing is we're putting together kind of what we're going to be talking about in the news video, but just section 16. Yeah, we'll have both of these up. Or if Nintendo has a claim against you, you and Nintendo must first attempt to resolve the claim informally before either party may bring the claim in arbitration. You and Nintendo will make a good faith effort to negotiate for 30 days the resolution of any claim, blah, blah, blah. You will send the claimant notice to Nintendo by certified mail address. Yeah, okay. Send it to their I wonder, this has to be just the license agreement for North America, because I can't imagine why you would have to send a mail to their American office, you know, unless you were also. Huh. All right. This is something I gotta, a lot of this stuff is some pretty chunky stuff that I need to, this is definitely something I have to sit down with maybe after the stream and just read, because if not, the stream would literally just be me reading legalese for like an hour while I try to, because I don't think people are getting it entirely right. They're not saying that you can't file a class action lawsuit, but that if you were going to, it has to be under extremely specific circumstances, including, if I'm reading this correctly, everyone involved in the class action lawsuit must send in mail, either opting out or agreeing to proceedment, which is not usually how class action lawsuits work, if I'm not mistaken. But I also could be reading this incorrectly. They're also changing the license agreement. Right. That I understand. But what I'm saying is, the big talking point was basically like the headlines are like, oh, Nintendo says you can't, they will, you can't be a part of a, like, if you sign the agreement, you can't be part of a class action lawsuit. That doesn't seem to actually be the case. Those headlines might be a little wrong. I mean, I get it, right? News is entertainment. And so the title, Nintendo says you can't sue us in new end user license agreement, sounds a lot better than Nintendo updated agreement means that you're going to have to jump through hoops to sue them or whatever, right? Now, one thing they did change, which I read note of a little bit, but I haven't actually been able to get into the meat of it, is that under the new license agreement, they're basically saying if you're caught modifying or there's a lot of things, but like if you're caught modifying their games or systems, they can Nintendo can they can brick your system if you're caught modifying your games. Yeah, but to be fair, so we actually did look up the patent stuff a lot last night and furthermore today before you hopped in chat. One, there's certain things that are too vague you can't patent. Now, this is at the discretion of a patent office and the officer handling the application process, but there are certain things that are too vague to where you can't patent it. Also, the problem with what you're saying is that if basically the reason why Nintendo is able to make new patents and retroactively sue PocketPair is because if you come out with a patent that is similar to one that you already hold, you have priority in the new patent. And if there's a counterclaim, they look at the dates for where the original patent, not the new one, but the original parent patent was filed, and they give you priority on it. So realistically, what would happen is if you tried to make a game and patent a bunch of systems, retroactively, a lot of companies could then file for new patents and then sue you for trying to do so. And they would get priority because they're already the original parent patent holder. Seems kind of scummy, not gonna lie. And it also seems like a super abusable system, but you know, by design, I suppose. Right, but what I'm saying is if a system isn't patented, but it's similar to something that someone already holds the patent to, they can basically cut you off before you can file for a patent. That's what I'm telling you. And of course, like I said, there's certain systems that are too vague. They actually mention it in the article I had read before. In the article I read before that explained this, there are certain things like game systems that are too vague and certain things that you just can't patent because of, like, for instance, I can't come out with a patent that says, you know, through input, a character moves in a 2 or 3D plane, right? That's too vague. And if I wanted to patent something that was a little more specific, I would have to check and make sure that nobody else has a patent that is similar and could then file it's called a divisional patent. And then basically the way here, you know what? We like WordPad, right? Let me this is gonna take far too long. All right, so here's how it works. I own a patent. Okay, so now somebody comes out with a game with a system, right? We'll do this guy, right? Guy number one. Guy number one comes out with a game. He wants to patent a system in his game, right? Now, when he applies for this patent right here, if my patent is similar to his, I can file for a divisional patent that branches off of the original one. And essentially I can cut him off from patenting anything himself, because I, having the first patent, let's do this. I'll put 1, this is 2, right? Because I hold the first one, I have priority in any divisional stuff that comes afterwards. Because essentially what you're talking about is exactly what's happening to PocketPair. They came out with a game system that was fundamentally a little bit different than a patent that Nintendo owned from 2021. But because Nintendo owned this one, number one, where are we? There we go. Because Nintendo owned number one, when it comes to gliding, even though PocketPair technically made the game first with that mechanic, Nintendo was still able to cut in and patent it before them. And that is why, moving forward, PocketPair has been taking some of these mechanics out of their games with every update. Unfortunately, we really are at the point where if you want major companies to fail, which I do, I'll be very transparent about that, you just have to not buy their stuff. That's it. I will never again buy anything Nintendo. And to be fair, I haven't since God, I can't remember, because I didn't own a Wii or a Wii U. I didn't own a Switch. The last Nintendo thing I bought was a 3DS. And in fact, my interaction with Nintendo, yes, exactly. Yes. Yes, Josh. Yes, I have been thinking about it. In fact, for the past 14 hours, I think it's really the only thing I have been thinking about. And the thing is, you're a little late to the party, and I understand, because you were tired, you had shit to do, you had to go to sleep. But we were up till about, you missed it too. We actually peaked at 238 concurrent viewers. It was pretty cool. Pretty sure YouTube was just funneling me viewers from other people's streams that ended, but you know what? I'll take it. What were we talking about? Yeah, we talked about this extensively, and that's the problem. This is the scary kind of gross precedent that has been set, is that Nintendo can use this stuff to go after a lot of people. Now, other companies like Microsoft and Sony, hey, give me the late night crew, I'll take them. Microsoft and Sony probably have the lawyers necessary to fight somebody like Nintendo. But it feels like rapidly we're approaching a point where if this kind of behavior continues, there's going to come a point where you're not even able to make a game if you're not under one of their umbrellas. To me, that is an awfully terrifying idea, really, but that's the reality of the matter. Because this means that you can buy a bunch of patents and then just apply for new ones as games create new mechanics and create new things. You can then file for patents and sue them after they've made the game. Yeah, every game. Yeah, no, I don't understand where our disconnect is happening. Because yes, yes, now that is the problem. It's literally just like the Nemesis system, never see that again. Now we will never be allowed to see a game mechanic where someone uses a creature to glide through the air. Doesn't matter what the creature is. Yes. Well, that's probably inevitably going to happen. See, the problem is that when that inevitability hits, all of the smaller game studios have already been strangled. The problem is it's really going to suck before that point comes. Now, again, once precedent gets set and things become an inevitability, so we're probably fast approaching that moment anyway. It's unfortunate that, like I said, life is gonna gaming, like the life of a gamer and what you have access to and all that stuff, the practices that you have to deal with are gonna suck a lot. But that's true. You must burn the old to make way for life anew. That's true. You are correct. It's just gonna suck a lot. Because at this point, it doesn't seem like change will be affected any other way, realistically. So, I don't know. And it's unfortunate that things have to suck before they get better. But that's life, right? Also, speaking of suck, I woke up this morning, I had to go to the gas station. I went and got my coffee. I put my creamer and my sugar into my cup. I turned around and I realized that the coffee machine was broken. If you want to talk about real tragedies in life. So I took that cup and I filled it with pre-concocted like cappuccino drink. And I did this because I've realized in the last couple of days, I think I might be starting to get addicted to caffeine. I was never I'd always drink coffee and caffeinated beverages occasionally, but I was never a huge coffee drinker. But the last couple of days, especially when I realized that it really started to help with like my focus and stuff like that, I've been pounding coffee. Not as bad as my mom yet. My mom pretty much solely drinks coffee. I don't even think she drinks water. I think she just drinks coffee. That's the only drink she has. I haven't gotten there yet. I fear there's a day that's coming that it will be that will be the case. Also, in other news, completely unrelated, our gaming first impression video, we're up to 350 views. Let's go. We did yeah, I don't need any more hair on my chest, Jeremy. I don't know if you know this. I've got plenty of hair on my chest, I promise. I don't need any more. All right, what else do we got to deal with today in gaming? Oh yeah, Fortnite is going to be making its a triumphant return to the Apple Store. And apparently, according to this, they're adding another rewards program for you to use the third-party payment option other than Apple. You love to see it sometimes, right? Epic is not a tiny game studio or publisher or whatever, but they're definitely not Apple big. And so it's always nice sometimes to watch someone stick it in someone's eye and then slowly start to twist, right? After they won that lawsuit, they're like, yeah, not only do you have to let us back onto your store, you can't take any money from our third-party payment option. We're now going to heavily incentivize our players, even more so, to use said third-party payment option. Fuck you, Apple. And I love to see it. I really do. Nintendo, yeah. And then you know what the scary thing about the PocketPair Nintendo incident is, it's not just one patent they filed for. It's one that they've been granted so far. They fired for multiple. Bro, Pal World is going to literally become a farming simulator with no pals. The pals and it's just going to be World. So enjoy it while you can. Fabulous game, by the way. If you've ever wanted to play Pokemon with guns, Pal World is an excellent option while it lasts. Emphasis on while it lasts. All right, there it is. The Destiny 2 Star Wars expansion. No, like I said, I already came up with a fix for this. It'll never be implemented. But basically, if you hold a patent for something, you have to prove like yearly or something that you are actually using that in your current development. You have to prove that this system is actually relevant and you're not just holding a patent so that other people can't do it. For instance, that's how they should handle the Nemesis system. Warner Brothers Games is pretty much defunct. We don't even know if they'll ever create another game. There's absolutely no reason for them to hold that patent. All it does is starve out other people. You should have to prove every quarterly, annually, whatever, that you are actually actively using the patent that you filed for, whether it be showing development, whether it be giving a timeline of release of things that are relevant to that mechanic. That is how that should work, in my opinion, right? Because we all get to be the grand arbiters of everything in the planet in our own heads. And in my own head, that's what it is. You should have to prove that you are using the thing that you're stopping other people from using. Oh yeah, Half-Life 3 is going to be releasing soon. We never thought we'd see the day, right? Sony once again killing off a bunch of their live service games to make more live service games. The president of France praises Claire Obscure Expedition 33 for showing French audacity. True, the French have historically been pretty well known for their audaciousness. World War II didn't really point them in the best light, but if you look at France literally before and after those events, those are people you don't really screw with freely. I wonder whatever happened with France threatening Russia. That I read so many articles about that, and now I see nothing. It looks like France maybe wasn't about that smoke, or maybe Russia did pull out. Like I said, I don't know. I don't really see a lot of it being talked about these days. Is this another DLC?
Elden Ring Night Rain is a co-op survival action game where you navigate a vast and dangerous field with other players. You must become one of the Nightfarers, fighting through the endless night and taking on scores of vicious foes over the span of 3 days. Once a country that thrived thanks to the power of gods, Limveld is now nearing its end.
That's kind of what I thought would happen, was Russia would back off. France are psychos when it comes to... How do you have a warning shot doctrine with fucking nukes? Those people are not well, man. But I do respect the French audacity. I'll be honest, I respect it. It's absolutely insane, but I respect it.
By moving swiftly and skillfully. It's up to you to choose your route within the limited time you have before night falls. You can choose to hunt enemies and level up. Search for treasures, weapons, and items. Infiltrate bases guarded by soldiers to gather information from hidden operational maps. Or challenge powerful enemies, wandering the land and lurking in heavily infested fortresses to obtain equally powerful rewards. Whether you choose to move together or divide and conquer, your character's skills, playstyle, and traits should guide your priorities.
All right, you hear that? Whether you choose to move together or divide and conquer, this is literally what we were talking about yesterday, Josh. That it's implying that you get to play multiplayer, but everyone could theoretically be doing their own thing around the map. And I'll be honest, that sounds super exciting. Also, I love this little thing at the bottom. Why is card counting illegal? Because that makes it harder for fucking casinos to take your money. What an easy answer. But yeah, and I'll be honest, I'm not even huge into Souls games, but this looks exciting. Like, cause for me, I'm always down to just play games with friends, right? This definitely seems like something I'd be excited about, to get a couple buddies together, like you guys, you, Ken, maybe, and stuff like that, and just rush through here, choosing whatever you want to do, and everyone gets to kind of do their own thing at the same time. I'm feeling pretty good about this trailer. Also, it looks like this is going to be its own release. It doesn't look like a DLC. Or at least they're not talking about it like a DLC, but I already own an Elden Ring, so yeah.
The layout of Limveld will change each time you visit. With every expedition, bases, types of enemies, chest rewards, and other features of the field will fluctuate.
Okay, so they're basically trying to make this like a roguelite, basically, right? Infinite replayability. You get 3 days, and every time you come back, things will have changed.
Even more dramatic changes can also appear.
I guess maybe this game will finally give me a reason to get good. I've traditionally not been very good at Souls games. I'm very impatient. I'm a very impatient man. And Souls games definitely punish you for being impatient.
As the battlefield evolves with each expedition, evaluate every situation. Use your skills to fight back and survive through the night. As darkness blankets Limveld, the night's tide will begin to cover the fields, narrowing your range of traversal. And as night falls, you will be driven towards an unavoidable confrontation.
I've always loved the character design, and one thing I got to give Souls games, their character design is always mwah, chef's kiss.
Critically injured allies can rejoin the fight if you attack them using your skills and weapons.
You can revive allies. Okay, cool.
Using tools like bows or magic. These battles are tough, but don't give up. Use all the powers you have gathered in Limveld to survive and overcome.
Nightfarers, that's us. Oh, I see. Yeah, so they give you the same class. I see. They give you kind of the same class setup that, I mean, Souls games have always kind of have a very basic class system, but it always felt like the class system didn't really matter that much. This definitely seems more roguelite-y, where it's like you'll be very, like, when you pick a class, the actual things you get to use are a little more specific.
Guardian, a warrior equipped with a massive shield, excels in defense. Their skill, Whirlwind, can lift enemies off their feet and deflect arrows. Their art, Wings of Salvation, repels approaching enemies and deploys a magic circle to save
Damn, that's pretty dope.
dire situations.
All right, so now they're just gonna give us
An archer who never misses a foe.
the class setups.
Controls enemies from a distance. His marking skill injures and pressures the enemy, greatly disrupting their poise and creating openings to exploit. His art, Single Shot, fires a supersonic arrow that pierces through every enemy and obstacle, ensuring no escape. Duchess, a virtuous thief with quick reflexes.
All right, we're getting pretty classic classes, right? We got the sword and board tank, we got the archer, now we're getting the rogue.
And deal damage again. Her art, Finale, hides her and nearby allies from the enemy,
Including the stealth for, you know, rogue stealth.
their positions or create an ambush. Raider, a seafarer who is resilient and unyielding in battle, doesn't flinch at minor attacks, and rampages through enemies.
Okay, we have our two-handed warrior.
Strikes back with a powerful blow. It cannot be interrupted by enemy attacks. His art, Totem Stellar, summons a colossal gravestone that serves as an attack to dispel enemies, acts as a wall to block
Okay, all right. See that the first three felt kind of standard, but this one right here, this is what you love to see, some of that creativity. You get to just make terrain in the battlefield that other people can interact with. That's pretty dope.
to produce different types of powerful magic, such as lightning-based or fire-based spells. Her art, Soul Blood Song, can also brand foes with an archaic glyph of blood.
That increases the damage they take.
Cover health and magic.
Ah, okay. Well, something like that, right? Your classic debuff stuff.
Style, skill, and ultimate arts of these Nightfarers, you may be able to survive and defeat the night.
I don't know. This is looking. Yeah, it's looking pretty good so far. I'm digging it.
Base for Nightfarers, preparing for battle in Limveld. Relics recovered from expeditions.
Like I said, FromSoft has always had really good character design. They really capture that otherworldly body horror thing to a T. You know what I mean? Like, they're really good at it.
Can alter your gameplay experience. So try out different approaches and see what suits you best for the journey ahead. In a corner of the back room, a small jar merchant operates a bazaar selling various goods. Once you accumulate the currency Merc, earned as battle rewards, it might be worth checking what's on sale. Using the fitting mirror, you can unlock new costumes with Merc and change your appearance. These outfits allow you to change your Nightfarer's style to suit your tastes. Some costumes might even look familiar.
Oh my God, they have the praise the sun.
Fragments of your lost memories.
I mean, we all know that a game is nothing without the drip, right? If I can't murder people and look good at the same time, I don't want it.
Fill in the blanks of your Nightfarer's blurred recollections. In these memories, conversations with other Nightfarers or residents of the Round Table hold might reveal new objectives. Achieving these goals during adventures in Limveld will help unravel the past, revealing each Nightfarer's origins and purposes. See why they have come together at this Round Table hold, and why they fight.
Hell yeah! How much was okay? We're coming towards the end.
Waiting for players on the third day in Limbo.
Ah, this is where you get the. This is where you get the real final bosses at the end of the third day. The Night Lord.
Power and toughness will be more challenging than anything faced in Limbo. However, there are ways to resist this threat by carefully navigating Limbo.
Right, yeah.
More powerful tools and weapons with attributes effective against each Night Lord. Discovering relics and growing as a fighter through experience and observation. Victory against the Night Lord will be within reach. Set forth on this thrilling and fast-paced adventure, filled with danger and achievement. Dare to stand together against the fall of night.
The Fall of Night. Okay, yeah. So basically, you know what this gives me a lot of reminiscence of? Coming May 30th. Damn, we really might have to get down on this though. Was that's about 2 weeks from now? About 2.5 weeks from now? Yeah, we might have to get down on that. I don't know. That looks pretty good. Let's check here, shall we? In the store. Well, I'm assuming they already have a. Okay, so it's gonna be a. It looks like it's gonna be a full release. Because it doesn't say it's like DLC or anything like that. Yeah, it's a standalone adventure within the Elden Ring universe. Okay, cool. So it's not. So it's its own thing. 3-player co-op. And it's basically like it's basically Dark Souls roguelite, right? Where it's just like the game is based around those 3-day expeditions. You run around the map, killing mini bosses and other dudes, getting collectibles and other stuff. And then on the third day, you fight the boss. I mean, honestly, it's not really breaking my brain in terms of like innovation, but to be fair, sometimes you don't really need to do that. You know what it reminds me of actually is a game that we played a little bit, Josh, that we never really picked up after a while, was this game Raven's Watch. Right? Because in Raven's Watch, you go in, right? You run around the map killing mini bosses and enemies and stuff like that. You get like what, a 15-20 minute timer, and then once the time runs out, you get like the final boss. You either beat him or you don't beat him, and then that's that run done, and you just kind of repeat that play cycle. So I'll be honest, I mean, that game was a good amount of fun. And so if you like Souls games, and my biggest thing is I like multiplayer games in general, right? Multiplayer games in general, and just the kind of the idea that I guess kind of the idea that you know, playing this stuff cooperatively. Because I played Elden Ring with a couple friends of mine. But one thing I hated was that, like, if you wanted to play cooperatively, you also had to deal with people invading your game. And I understand that that's a moment where it's just like, all right, dude, just get good, scrub. But it's like, bro, this guy is moving in place and then I die. Like the first time I ever played Elden Ring with another person, I got invaded by this guy. He proceeded to run in place for about 3 seconds. Then he was right in my face. He spit his fucking syphilis blood all over me. Then he just disappeared across the map. And then, of course, because of how contagious his particular strain of HPV was, my flesh just melted off like instantly, and I died. Right? To me, that's not like a. To me, that's not like a get good. That's like a bro. If you try to invade me and your latency is over 100, the game should kick you out, and somebody should come to your house and spank you. And I understand that they are first player, like they are single player games, and that's perfectly fine. But Elden Ring's one of their big things was that you could play it with friends. And it felt like the game was actively punishing me for playing with another person when the game was kind of made to be played with friends. Or at least, championed that feature. Luckily, no talk about that. Maybe, I mean, if they want to have like a 3v3 PvP setup thing that I can opt into, I probably won't really play it, but it'd be nicer than just like I'm trying to live my life and some guy with 700 ping and, 5,000 hours in the game doesn't come and just like touch me, That I think I would appreciate a lot more. And so that's why this game actually really intrigues me, because it's like 3-player co-op. I'm sure you can play it by yourself, right? All these, FromSoft is very much we focus on the single player aspect of games more. But the fact that, you can play with a couple of friends and you go through a run, there's 3 in-game days. At the end of the 3 days, you fight the big bad boss, the Night Lord. And then you just kind of rinse and repeat. And I'm sure it's got a lot of those roguelite aspects where you unlock like upgrades moving forward, right? But one thing I've always given From Software, and I mentioned that a little bit, right, was I'll always give them credit for their art design. Their shit just looks good. It just looks cool. And you know what the nice part is? They're only charging $40 for the game. They're not even trying to charge full release price. And I'm sure, and I'll be honest, if they charge full release price, I'm sure people would happily buy it. Even I would probably sit there. I don't know about $60 or $70. Like that would be more of like I really gotta think about this. But for $40, I don't know, man. This kind of goes back to what I was saying, where some people are out here really making good stuff and other people are just handing you slop over and over. But yeah, that's interesting. I'll definitely, I'll probably, if I do pick it up, I'll probably stream it, because I think generally speaking, that'll just be a popular game people want to watch, and it does actually intrigue me. It's not like I'll be playing it just to be part of the cool kids crowd. But it's nice that those two things coincide. I get to play a game that looks interesting, and I get to be a cool kid. Oh yeah, the FTC trying to stop the Microsoft Activision Blizzard deal. They failed. So no, Josh, that's purely dependent on, like you said, some people have principles. Now, if your principle solely is to make money, sure, whatever, you'd be dumb. But some people don't just want to make money. Some people actually want to make good products. Some people want to make classics. Some people want to make things that like innovate, change the world around them, give gamers like good, solid stuff. So, you may not agree, and that's fine. You can eat the slop from the trough all you want, but I am thankful that there are some people with actual principles in the gaming sphere that care more about making a good game. And let's be honest, if you make a good game, the money will come. It will. There's not many games I can think of that were really, really good games that flopped, that shouldn't have flopped. Let me think about that a little bit harder. Yeah, but you get to choose how much of that you want to deal with. And we're not going to pretend that you can't, because you can. Right? Claire Obscure Expedition 33, ex Ubisoft devs. I don't even think they have a publisher. You choose that stuff. It's really hard for me to say I feel bad for you that it hurts to walk when you're the one who drove the nail into your foot. Right. No, I understood that from the first aspect. But what I'm saying is, to me, that's not really much of an excuse. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, ex-devs from Ubisoft. And they made a great game, and it's already sold 2 million copies. Why? Because it's a good game. Will it sell as much as Assassin's Creed? Probably not, but they also don't need it to sell as much as Assassin's Creed because they are not heavily involved with all the red tape and the bullshit and all the corporatization of all that stuff, right? So, you know, you get to choose the problems you want to deal with. You want to make a game, you absolutely can make a game all on your own, no publisher, and post it on Steam. And as long as the price point is right, then it is what it is. Yeah, it's because you don't have the same principles that other people have. I'm not going to say you don't have principles. You do. You just don't have the same. Because to you, the money matters more than making like a good product. But what I'm saying is fundamentally that's not true for everybody. And as a gamer, as a consumer, I'm glad that not everybody thinks about it the way you do. Because then everything would suck. If everyone thought about this the way you did, gaming would suck in general. But luckily they don't, right? There are people who genuinely just want to make solid games and have gamers enjoy it. Let's see. We got the Half-Life 3 playtest. Stop it. Plenty of people make solid games that aren't, the same rehash slop and can pay their bills. You might not be able to listen. Without the Ubisoft money, you might not be able to buy a yacht or a private island, but don't say bills, because bills can get paid. For a lot of people, as long as you're living within your means, bills is not like this fucking nebulous thing that requires you to skin babies and all this other stuff. All right. I'm not saying that they do that. This is hyperbole, obviously, but I'm saying you can pay your bills without having to do a lot of that stuff. That's not true either. It's true in their case for sure. But there's tons of people, bro. I've literally started a series talking about this. All of these games, Conquest Dark, where is it? Conquest Dark. One guy asking $10. So it's a solid game. It's not gonna reinvent the wheel. what you're doing is you're parroting this thing that people keep saying is, oh, game development takes so much money and time and stuff. It takes some money and some time, yes, but there is a through line where you don't have to spend tons of money or tons of time, and you can still make a solid product, and you can still get paid for that product to pay your bills. You sound like an abused housewife, bro. Well, he doesn't hit me that hard when he gets home. He just slaps me around a little bit, but I understand he's got a tough job and he needs to pay the bills. Meanwhile, there's tons of people out here who pay their bills, go to work, and don't beat their wives. So I don't know. Seems like trying to make the argument that it's a necessity is kind of trying to argue to me why I have to eat the shit sandwich. I don't. You can if you'd like, but I don't. Right. But the thing is, you put yourself in all of these positions. I don't understand. Are we denying human responsibility? Is that what we're doing? Game development, asset stores, all that stuff. The life of a developer, if we're being completely honest, has not been easier ever, except for now. What I mean, I phrase that really badly. It's never been easier to be a game developer. This guy, Conquest Dark, and in my video, I talked about this, right? Yes, the audio, the music tracks, they're bland and they repeat. The graphics are a bit uninspired. The enemy variety is a little lacking, but you know what? He probably bought a lot of those from asset stores or, whatever, or paid commission on a few assets. But he made a very, very fun game loop and he only asked $10. That's what I'm saying to you. That is fundamentally where I feel like you just cannot, you can't just give any ground. Is that anybody can do this without spending a ton of money and a ton of time. If you're somewhat skilled and you have a passion, there are people literally, you don't need to know how to do art. You don't need to know how to do music. You make the correct investments in certain places. You don't ask for a ton of money. Like I said, $10, that's very reasonable to me. That's not even I spend more than that at Burger King. And these games do well. Is he going to be able to buy a yacht off of the sales? No, but I guarantee you he's paying his bills, because why would he if it wasn't paying his bills, he wouldn't be developing. This is a very understandable through line. And we can even let's look it up. Although sales data sometimes can be a little hard to say, but I'm not saying this to get out of proving my point, but more or less, I mean, I believe Steam should keep track of this. It's got a 4.5. Let's look at the Steam charts. It's got 2,100 concurrent players right now. The all-time peak of 7 days, 6,600. This is probably when the game first came out, right? That already tells me that he's made $66,000. 66,000 would pay my bills. And then some, comfortably. Half that would pay my bills, and I could still probably live comfortably. That's also, and now I'm just making some assumptions, but maybe we have some metadata here. No, because this is, yeah. price history. They also have, to be fair, differently regional. They have regional pricing, but that's fine because I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying we don't know. Yeah, but okay. So you could have see that the second sentence invalidates the last sentence because you're right. We don't know the sacrifices he made, so we can't even we can't even think theoretically about what the second, like that last sentence where it's like we can't make expectations. Well, maybe we could. What if he didn't sacrifice anything? That we could definitely expect people to not sacrifice anything. You're right. We don't know the sacrifice he made, so there's no point in adding that last part. Yeah, no, there's kind of shame in taking it. I think what you're doing is you're doing this thing where it's like you just make exceptions. Like, yeah, in a world where I have 2 children with cancer, I have to take this Ubisoft money, or my children will die. We don't know if that's true. We can't even expect that most people who work there are under that circumstance. I can make any circumstance that justifies anything. Well, I had to murder that entire bus full of children because this guy had a gun to my child's head and I had to save them. So it's complete, like you can do cartwheels to justify anything if you try hard enough. And here's the thing. He does have a publisher, Mad Mushroom. So he does have a publisher, but not every publisher is built the same way, right? But I will tell you what. This is why when I find out like when these claims come up and like Ubisoft starts gutting most of its employees and selling off all those assets, all those people, you got what you signed up for. Like I said, I'm not because we're not even talking real stuff anymore, man. We're chasing our tails at around next to each other. Because you can mentally create any situation to justify anything. You know what I mean? Chances are the reality is most of these people work at Ubisoft because they want the paycheck. They just care about money. That's it. There is no passion. There is no want to make a good game. There's just the love of the paycheck. And that's fine. But time and time again, it's proven that will come back to bite you. And to be fair, a lot of Ubisoft devs left because they didn't want to be like, a lot of times the people who make the good games, right? The reason why Ubisoft, EA, these publishing houses have the respect on their name that they had the respect on their name that they used to have is because they had passionate people who wanted to make games. And now those people are making other games because they didn't want to be told to make slop all the time. And I'm glad that that's how it's working out. You sign up for the paycheck, that's fine. But trying to do mental gymnastics to justify it other than people just wanted money. Just leave it at that. People just want the money. That's the honest part of it. Is they just want the money. And I'm glad that there's tons of people in the gaming sphere who don't just look at games as a paycheck, because that's when we get good stuff. If you disagree, you disagree. That's fine. But fundamentally, I think you're wrong. And to be fair, fundamentally, you think I'm wrong. And like I said, now we're just chasing our tails at each other. We're not even, this hasn't even become a discourse anymore. This is just, you know, because like I said, people have done mental gymnastics to explain why genocide is okay. Try hard enough, you can justify anything. At the end of the day, they just want money. And to be fair, it's easy money. Why? That's the thing when I was talking about when I was on my Nintendo spiel earlier. Why? Why do people feel so like, why do people feel so compelled to defend these fucking developers? Bro, they're not helpless or small and they don't need you to defend them. And quite frankly, you're defending bad behavior. Why? You aren't first off, you're not defending people who can't defend themselves. Second of all, you're defending mediocrity from people who absolutely have no reason to be mediocre. You want to defend mediocrity with the law of averages? Defend these fucking people who are begging and scraping to make a decent game for $10. Stop fucking why are you running defense for people who are making mediocre shit? They have billion-dollar budgets. Do you know how fucking crazy that sounds? That's insane to me. That's absolutely insane to me. You're actively championing being part of the problem. Won't somebody leave the billionaires alone? Oh God, why? Why are you guys being so mean to the billionaires? The fuck? Yes, but that guy decided to deal with corpo goons. Nobody put a gun to his head and said, you must do this. Unless I missed something. Unless there was suddenly a kidnapping spree where a bunch of people were taken off the streets and stuck in Ubisoft's cubicles by threat of violence. And if that is what's happening, you're right. I have nothing but the most sympathy for those people. That sucks. Something tells me that's not what's happening. And the problem is there becomes a point where you are implicit when you choose to make yourself part of the problem. Now, I'm not wishing for people's lives to come unraveled at the seams. I'm not. But I do think that the gaming world in general, the gaming stratosphere, would be much better if a lot of these companies failed. One, it would open the door for a lot of smaller developers to be able to compete. Yeah, you got bills to pay. That sucks. Guess what? I had bills to pay too. I still have bills to pay. And it's not like there's a fundamental disconnect where my brain doesn't understand why this occurs. That's true. Cash rules everything around me. But much like most things, you know, here's really what it is. You built up this idea that like, oh man, but the poor devs. You chose the bed you laid in. You chose that because you wanted the paycheck. Just like I chose to live a life of manual labor, knowing that someday something might happen. Lo and behold, something happened. These are calculated risks. You took a risk and you calculated the risk. Turns out you were bad at math. It is what it is. It's not the fact that on some fundamental level, I don't feel bad for people who lose a job. But being attached to some of this shit is probably going to make it harder or easier for you to get another job in the future. This is all calculated stuff. And you decided to make bedmates of these corpo goons. You chose that. So when people see them fail and applaud it, you're part of that. Sorry. Sucks to suck. It is what it is. I realize now the weird thing is that people are constantly like fucking begging people to show empathy to these weird fucking corporate conglomerations. Like, it's so weird. It's kind of gross. As the kids say, gives the ick. I don't feel bad. When I heard about Ubisoft getting gutted, good. Should have happened sooner. And if a dev who was just trying to feed his family lost his job, well, man, there was other places you probably could have worked. You chose that one. Everyone is free to do whatever they want. You are absolutely correct. But don't demand my sympathy when you make a bad choice and it doesn't pan out the way you were hoping. That's all I'm saying. That's what this conversation evolved into. Because it started with like, yeah. Again, you're doing this. I can't with you, man. I can't do this right now. I can't. Not anymore. Because you do mental somersaults. And honestly, I just can't keep up after a while. It's too exhausting, bro. I don't have the stamina to want to pick apart every single time you choose to do mental gymnastics. Here you go, bro. You got the dub. You got the gold. I'm not. Because again, we're not talking about people at gunpoint being forced to do something. You signed up for this. That's like saying I joined that's like saying, oh, I joined the funny mustache man party. I know he's really bad, but oh man, the dental benefits are really good. Well, when the Nuremberg trials start, you get no sympathy from me. You chose this. Actually, funnily enough, I invalidated some of my own because a lot of people didn't actually have a choice. They had to be part of Funny Mustache Man's party under threat of death. I don't think anybody's being threatened with their lives to work at Ubisoft. All right, yeah, sure. Ask me something. Well, yeah, but I mean, Jeremy, if I'm going to pull the veil back a bit, I mean, the arguing is kind of entertaining. Even I, like, this might be part of a mental illness, but I do like arguing. I just hit a certain point where I'm not going to argue anymore. But you can ask me whatever. I mean, I might not answer it, controversial or not, but you can ask me whatever. I'm a pretty open book. You know this. Because here's what it is, Jeremy. I like debating. Fundamentally, I like debating opposing theories. But the thing about Josh in particular, as someone I've known over a decade, I've never heard him say the words "you're right" ever. He just can't admit that he's wrong. And so I have fun with it for a while. And then basically when I stop having fun with it, that's when I like kind of cut the whole debate off, because it's like, would you still find it understandable if the Green Mario Brothers started stomping on low-level call takers' heads instead of the going for? Well, isn't that kind of what he does with the Koopas and the Goombas? I understand what you're saying, by the way. No, this is a buddy of mine that I've known for a while. You've never met him. So let me find a way, mostly to answer this question, so I don't get demonetized. Not that I'm monetized, but you know, for posterity's sake, I don't want any problems with YouTube. Would I find it acceptable? The short answer is no. The long answer is a little more complicated. Now, the reason why the short answer is no and the long answer is a little more complicated is because there's a certain lens you have to look at things from when you're talking about accountability, right? Now, the problem is you have tried to put me in a gotcha statement where you're conflating two separate things, because you're not really doing a one-to-one, right? Because the devs at Ubisoft, one, are not being harmed. They will lose their jobs. They will find another one. You were talking about people being harmed. That's what you're talking about. So what you're trying to do is you're conflating what I said. No, it's not. No, because someone actually losing their life is very different than someone losing their job. You can lose a job and then find a hustle and get that money back. So you're not doing, it is a gotcha. Because you're conflating two vastly different things. So. And if you really can't see the difference, that's very troubling. Honestly. If you can't see the difference between someone losing a job and losing a life, I really don't know what to say to that, actually. Yes. Okay. All right, man. You got it. You got it, man. No, but you don't understand. The major point of what we're talking about isn't important. The one thing that makes me look really bad in my argument, just ignore that part. All right, man. You got it, big dog. By the way, for anybody watching, this is a clear case of sophistry. This is when winning an argument is more important than coming to a fundamental understanding. Josh is very good at it, by the way. I will give him credit where credit is due. He's very good at winning an argument. So I will give you your flowers, Josh. In layman's terms, yes, it is. If you want me to get, well, to be fair, nobody really wants the full philosophical definition. In layman's terms, it's using tactics to win an argument that really have nothing to do with the argument themselves. Like dismissing a major part of an argument because it doesn't help your claim. Mental gymnastics. Because what it implies fundamentally is that we can't make distinctions based on levels of harm. Everything has to be black and white. And I'm not going to engage with that. Yeah. Invalid logic, like throwing out statements once you realize that they don't, like saying that empathy tied to harm isn't important when yes it is, right? What are we talking about? You use logical fallacies all the time. You just did. Anything else in the gaming news? I'm really not super down to talk about. Bringing it full circle from Green Mario brother doing Green Mario brother causing harm to the Goombas. I don't know if I want to do an entire episode on Nintendo, you know? It's just one of those things where somebody else has to set a fire somewhere, you know what I mean? But Sony's kind of, I mean, we've already talked about Sony, Xbox doing their thing. Everybody, I will say it is always baffling to me how fast people will play the patsy. I mean, to be fair, I grew up on a lot of mafioso movies, but it is crazy to me to think about how fast people will play the patsy and champion people shitting on them, which is, you know, different strokes for different folks, as they say. Devolver Digital going out of its way to launch a new game the same day as GTA 6. I will say this: GTA 6 pushing their. I am interested to see how many game companies are rushing now to release their games so that they don't have to compete with GTA 6. There's just some game series in this world that if you can avoid them at all costs, you like the plague. Like the plague. So what's Devolver? Oh, Devolver Digital. These are the guys who did Hotline Miami. I see. That is an interesting move, though, I think, because I don't know how many people realistically don't like GTA 6. I mean, there's some people who just can't play GTA 6, right? The young, the children, the old and infirmed, they can't play GTA 6. But is there anybody who really is this not like because I understand the tactic, right? You're going to release a game that's not quite GTA 6 so that you capture the audience they missed. But how much of a missed audience is GTA 6 getting that you're hoping to capitalize on when fundamentally your game plays, it doesn't play similar at all, but it's very much it's a hyper violent shooter. I'm assuming if it's been shown that launching isn't a bad idea. It's sometimes it is. It's not true. Especially if you're another AAA block, like you're trying to be the AAA blockbuster, it absolutely is a bad idea to try and compete unless you think your game will bring in more people, right? So I don't know. Interesting. But to be fair, I don't understand what is Hotline Miami hoping to cash in on that GTA 6 might not already give you. That I think is the more interesting thing. It is also assuming that's true according to Blalian. That's assuming that GTA 6 doesn't get pushed back further, which let's be honest, pretty high chance there. Pretty high chance there. All right. We've been at this for almost about 3.5 hours. I'm going to take another break. When we get back, we're going to fire up some Oblivion. I think I got plenty of things to talk about for my news video tomorrow. So you guys get to see me in my fancy button down and my tie. Oh, aren't I so handsome when I dress up? So, yeah, go ahead, grab some food, grab a drink, stretch your legs, kiss your dog, play with your children, do whatever. We'll be back here in about 15 minutes or so, you know. Doesn't this one, I will say, I like this one better because we did the whole, we changed the brush. We made it a little bit thicker, but it's so charming, isn't it? Our be right back screen. Mwah, love you guys. I'll be back. Actually, let's exit stage, I guess, right for you, but left for me. Cameras, how do they work? All right, guys, we're back. What I am interested. What package did you get, Josh? Tell me all of your secrets. Rip the secrets from your flesh. You all right? Had to feed my turtle. He's getting so big. He's such a big boy now. I wasn't really sure about having a turtle at some point. I'll be honest with you guys. Something seemed like, you know, being responsible for an animal that doesn't speak ever. But Mikey's cool. I like Mikey. He's a cute little guy. He's getting so big. I've been having a bit of a problem with him eating lately because he doesn't. We have like a whole. We have like a variance of food that we give him, like regular. There's like these regular turtle, regular turtle foods, like these little brown balls. And then there's like these sticks, and we have like dried shrimp and mealworms and all that. And the problem is, if he'll usually eat the regular like little brown ball food, but if we give him anything else, he just immediately chooses to eat that instead. So we gotta feed him in waves, give him time to actually eat the food he needs to eat that is scientifically designed for his little turtle body. All right, let's play a little Oblivion before we end the stream, huh? You know, we spent enough time talking about the doom and gloom. I need a bit of a palate cleanser to finish the day off after all the Nintendo stuff. Drink some water. Very important. It's the life-giving stuff. All right, what did we have going on? So we had, oh yeah, well, no, wait. Has told me to go to Braville, find out why Maglier has default on it. Oh, that's right, that guy Maglier, that useless shitbag, never doing his job. Then I gotta come in and clean up after him. All right, yep. So we got a problem. Can't fast travel during the day because it's so hot. I never understood what this statue was supposed to be, but it's a cool statue. See, did we have anything in our inventory that we needed to sell? Oh, I'm being handed pasta. It's good, actually. Yes. Did you add? What did you add to the water besides salt?
Just salt.
Just salt.
It's a kosher salt.
Gotcha. It is definitely done cooking. It's gonna go. Yeah, it's like that point where it's gonna go mush in a second. But you know what? That's how I like my. Personally, guys, I like my pasta a little more than al dente. I don't want it mushy and falling apart, but just past al dente where it's nice and soft on the tooth. You know, little bit springy, but not super springy. That to me is the proper. That's the proper way for Titus to be consuming some pasta.
Good tidings, citizen.
All right, so what do we want to do? Well, we can't drink anybody's blood because everyone's awake. It's a bit unfortunate. So I guess we just find a place to hold up until nighttime, and then we'll make the journey forth to Braville. The Gray Mare. I think this is a tavern. So we can sit inside of a tavern, wait for like 8 hours. Yeah, we'll wait for 8 hours. Then we'll go ahead and we'll fast travel to Braville and we'll find Maglier, the stupid, and figure out why. Once again, he's not doing his contracts. Very disappointed. Me and his mother expected better from him, but he did not. He did not live up to those expectations. I guess we had some jewelry we could have sold too. We actually have a lot of jewelry, but that is not. We can always sell it some other time, right? It's not super heavy. It's not like it's weighing us down. Just had to remind myself where Braville is. I thought Braville was over here. Oh, it's over here. Okay, cool. So let's head on over and get to seeing what's going on. You know, I would also like to try Expedition 33, but there's so many good games coming out and so little funds, you know. Might have to start selling feet pics. What do you guys think? You want some feet pics? I'll get you I'll do a deal. We'll do 1 feet pic, $5, but if you buy 5, you'll get them for 20. How's that? Buy 4, get 1 free. Seems like a fair deal, right? All right, wants me. I am the grand champion of many things. The hero of Kvatch, the crusader, the champion of the arena. I'm pretty damn dope, all things considered. I am that guy, for sure. All right, Maglier, where the hell are you, you useless twit? Ooh, can I just open this and steal? Looks like glass armor. I don't even know. It's not giving me a quest marker anywhere for this quest. So I don't know if it just wants me to wander. I'm guessing it just wants me to wander around till I find the guy. But be cooler if it didn't. Right. Sometimes you just want to get from point A to point B. No fuss, no muss. Shnasi, she must be the she's got the best dig, so I'm assuming she's the chapter master for the Fighters Guild out here in Braville. Huh? Someone got Nernru up in here? Oh, they do. Well, it's mine now. I didn't even realize that the second floor had all these extra doors. If I find Maglier, I'm gonna slap him awake. Constantly having to chase after his stupid ass because he's not finishing his contracts. Where is this guy? No, this is like a side room. I will say everyone in this chapter, you know, the Fighters Guild and the Anvil, everyone, there's like a communal sleep area, but everyone here seems to have their own little bedrooms. That's pretty cool. I wonder if maybe, well, 1, it is kind of late, right? And 2, I'm wondering, go to Braville and find out why Maglier has found. So maybe I'll just wait for these guys now to wake up and I can just ask around town about them, right? Which is, you know, it's fine. I think sometimes it's nice to have a, to not just be like, hey, this is where you need to go at all times and just point you there, but to have to ask around, talk. Naked sparring first thing in the morning. Okay, I respect the hustle.
Nasi, your humble
I
servant and
respect
humble
the
servant
hustle.
of the
The
night.
hustle.
I offer training in the martial arts of
However much you want. I
fighting.
don't know. I can't really think of a number.
I mean, like,
Yeah, I think that like about a third. Sound good?
any seasoning on it?
No, because it's gonna be with the pasta, so that's fine. Having some chicken Alfredo, guys, which I never used to put broccoli in my chicken Alfredo. That's not very standard, I think, but It's a good way to get your veggies in. You know, you gotta get your veggies.
Maglier? I think I've seen him.
Try the Lonely Suitors Lodge. All right, I will go try the Lonely Suitors Lodge. But yeah, thinking back on what I was like just talking about, like when it comes to RPGs nowadays, there seems to be a very specific through line to like constantly pointing you in the right direction. And I'm not going to say that that's bad, because sometimes that's not bad, but it is nice sometimes to not have much direction other than like a general vague pointing. And then you just got to kind of figure it out yourself. We are taking a lot of damage. That sun really starting to burn a little bit.
Hi. Hey. Have you heard about that ghost of the old man that...
You again. I imagine I know why you're here, Guildrat.
As if I won't smack you across this room, bro. I have fixed you. No. Let's see what he's got to say for himself.
Defaulted? That all you talk about? I'm Blackwood Company now. Plenty of work, the pay is good, and I don't have Orain on my back all the time.
I could appeal to honor, but obviously someone like that doesn't really care about it.
Oh? I know you're the one who ratted me out to Orain about that other contract.
Yeah.
Go back to Orain. Give him my regards. We're done talking.
looks out into Nibbon
I
Bay
didn't.
tonight?
Oh my god! I want to punch this guy right in his teeth.
Heard any word about the
First
other
off,
provinces?
let's get the record straight. I didn't rat you out, bro. I told you that you fucked up your contract, and I was going to make it your problem. I told you this. All right. There is, as Charleston White would put it, there's a difference between snitching and setting the record straight. I set the record straight. I told you that your stupid ass did not do what you were supposed to, and I had to clean up your mess. And I was very unhappy about that.
How goes it? I'm Bogram.
Let's get a bed.
Yeah, I've got a room. It's upstairs on the farewell.
I set the record straight, friend. I told you that I was gonna have to say something, because we couldn't just have you running around not doing your job. Unacceptable. Sloppy. And you want to come in at it like I'm the bad guy. You ever think maybe you're the bad guy for not doing what you were supposed to do? That ever occur to you, friend? That perhaps had you just done what you were supposed to, none of this would have happened.
How are you?
Not like that. He has
I've heard
No,
others say the same.
probably not.
You could learn a lot from him.
Because that's the thing about stupid people.
Safe travels.
That's great.
Take
Good to
care.
hear.
They never think. They never think about how their actions affected me. The hero of Kvatch, the champion of the arena, all of my other titles, of which I have earned and am quite a fancy boy. It's always about you and your whining. The only problem sometimes I needed quest markers. I have to try and remind myself where the other, because I'm pretty sure it's Coral, right? This is where Orain or Orim or whatever the hell the guy's name is. And don't get me wrong, Orin's kind of a dick. We're being completely real with ourselves here. He's kind of a jerk. But if you say you're gonna do something, do it. That's a good way to live your life. If you tell someone you're gonna do something, do it. And if you have to carefully consider whether or not you can, like, if you need to take time to consider whether or not you can actually accomplish something before you tell someone you're gonna do it, do that then. Do that instead then. Be like, hey, as I think about this, I may not be able to complete your request. At which point, I believe that is fair. It's not even stealing if I stole those swords. It's like, it's not stealing if I steal. They're just letting me take the swords. But I don't really feel like messing with those locks right now. What about your books? You got any books? You ain't got no books. All right. Let's go ahead and sleep again. We're just getting all the beauty rest that we need. Like I said, this vampire thing can be a bit of a double-edged sword. We're very, very strong. We're also very, very susceptible to radiation.
Yes? I assumed. The little bastard.
I know, that's what I
When
said.
no one else would.
I know.
This is how he repays us? Talk to Ari in Bravil. She's our client. Do the job. They
All
say
right,
that
man.
Someone finally laid poor Lord Vlindrel's shade to rest. That's good. He's been haunting these hills for too long.
That was me. That's how I got
Stop
my
staring at me.
fancy dancy sword, which runs out of charge every chance it gets. Kind of annoying, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie to you, a little bit annoying. Oh, we'll take that for sure. Anything else? Dwarven axe. All right, now we're gonna have to sleep again. How long? 10 hours, I believe. No, let's do 9 hours, because by the time we walk outside, it'll be 8, and then the deadly rays of the sun will no longer sear the flesh from our faces.
Please, by all means.
They say that when you murder someone, the Dark Brotherhood comes.
I've always loved that, like, they just talk about the Dark Brotherhood out in the open, like, oh, yeah, someone says that were you to kill somebody, this super secretive society of assassins comes in and tells you, hey, we like the work.
I heard people saying they ran into goblins around.
They don't really say it quite like that, but it is funny that it's widely spoken. But then again, I don't know, because apparently people love to talk about the Illuminati, worst super secret society ever, right? I wonder, you guys ever think about that? That for being the world's leading super secret society, everyone knows and talks about it nonstop. I don't know. It doesn't seem like a very good secret. Then again, people, humans, notoriously bad at keeping secrets. There is a saying, if there's 2 people alive on the planet, the only way a secret's getting kept is if one of them is dead. And that's kind of true. Because, you know, people notoriously bad at keeping secrets. I appreciate that everyone around here is strapped. Everyone has got that ting on them. I need to find someone's home. Oh, I'm not even. Oh, it's just letting me walk in here. Are you gonna go to sleep? I need to feed. Time is it? 12:24 a.m. That's not too bad. That's not bad at all.
Get back, you filthy beast.
See, now people aren't talking to me, but I need blood. I need your blood. But in all actuality, if I'm going to continue on with what I got to get done, I need to find someone who will, willingly or unwillingly, it's largely unimportant, but someone who will, to whom I can partake of the blood. All right, who sees me while I'm up there? Is it that guy? Damn. Ow. My poor little legs. Now, to be fair, in the guilds, a lot of times the guilds are, as long as you have access to them, a lot of times just free eats because you catch someone fall asleep and then you can just.
Have you been well recently? Your skin looks a bit off.
Please don't mention it. I'm, like I said, I'm very sensitive about my skin condition. Is it just too early in the night for people to be asleep? Like, what the fuck is going on? Everyone's just, it's like everyone's just awake and wandering around. Won't any of you go to sleep so I can eat?
You should really get to a healer.
Yeah, that's, yes. You know, funnily enough, could you believe it? You're not the first person to say that. You're not even the second person to say that.
Is everything all right? You look a bit ill.
No. Get out. All right, cool. Now we can partake of the supple flesh. Excellent. Excellent. Now we can walk in the sun for a whole 5 minutes and people will stop talking about my my crippling skin condition, which is what not allows me to go out in the sun. Meanwhile, for the trouble, I'm going to take all of your soul gems because you guys were very mean and it hurt my feelings. And as compensation, I will be receiving these gems from you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's see. Tomato, potato. Tomato. Recently, I've been trying to eat more tomatoes. They're very good. Very tasty. Very tasty. All right. I don't know. Let's see. So there is actually a marker for the person who, oh, was the person who wanted the quest done inside of the Mages Guild? Oh. Probably should have paid attention to that, huh? Probably should have paid attention to that, but you know, sometimes we're not the most competent adventurers that's ever been seen, that have ever been seen.
It's about time someone from the Fighters Guild showed up. I need imp gall for my studies. 10 portions of it in. You might check Robbers Glen Cave for the imp gall. Doesn't look like you.
The Forlorn Watchman. Okay, that's a new one. Let's talk about him.
I don't know much about that ghost, but some say each night he wanders the shore of Nibbin Bay. Then he's. If you're interested, you may want to see Gilgandron at Silverholm on the wall.
All right, cool. We got ourselves a little quest.
I just don't trust them. I know they're efficient, a bit too efficient for my liking. Some endeavors demand time and care.
True, they're probably bad guys, huh?
Not only has necromancy been banned from practice, I'm just here doing research. I'll be waiting right
All right, we've pretty much got... All right, all of you need to get out of the way. We've got quests to accomplish. We've got things to do, people to see. I would like to stab Maglier right in his face, and I'm hoping, if I remember correctly, I get the opportunity, the pleasure of butchering him where he stands for trying to talk sideways to me. That would be really nice, right? You're just like... Now, we need to recharge our weapon again. This is getting to be a bit of a process. I think maybe perhaps the idea is that, like, because we had the weapon recharge, we went into that troll cave and the weapon charge ran out before we finished that particular jaunt through the flowers, right? So we're probably... At some point, I would like to enchant my own gear. I like the... I love the armor we're wearing, but But I'm pretty sure that when it comes to like the super late game, even the later portions of the game, the best armor you're going to find is the armor that you kind of craft by yourself. But it also, as I remember correctly, takes a ton of gold, and it also requires you to progress. I think it requires you to progress through the story a little bit more, because I'm trying to remember exactly where
You want your broccoli separate from the pasta and the chicken as well, or
let's do separate.
separate, so broccoli separate and chicken separate?
No, chicken pasta together, broccoli separate. I like me some chicken Alfredo. All right, let's stab back in here, shall we? And
Well met, sir.
thinking to myself, we're definitely not going to stream as long as we did last night. Where are we to go? So we only need to go there. So what we'll do is we'll go to we'll fast travel the flooded mine. It's just closer, and then we'll hoof it on over there. Then we'll go get those imp galls. Hopefully that's not a super involved process. It would be. It's nice every once in a while to just have some easy stuff, you know? Just walk in, chop up a couple imps, move on with our lives. I never even checked. I know we didn't have enough because she flat out said we didn't have enough. But I wonder, did we use all the imp galls? Because we had a few. LMNOP. No, we got 3. We got 3 imp galls. We got tree. So we're going to move on to try and get 10, and then we get that quest done. And eventually, I hope it ends with me backhanding Maglier, because let's be real, he kind of deserves it. But the way he be talking spicy. He talks spicy for someone who has not yet accomplished anything on his own, you know?
To worry about, I guess. Just my eyes playing tricks on me.
Oh. Are you a bandit? Did you... Do you want to die? Oh, I guess you did. Well, that's unfortunate. You hate to see it, folks. You really do. Sure. Nah. What an unfortunate circumstance. I'm so sorry that it had to be you, but to be fair, you pulled first. You pulled first and then quickly realized you weren't actually about that life. Truly unfortunate. All right. All right, we're already getting attacked by stuff. Oh, it's the imps. Of course it is. All right, this is... I could also probably do a better job of not blowing my load with my sword, because I don't... They take fire damage over time, so it's not like I need to just swing wildly to kill them. They'll catch on fire and die. So we could probably do that to not burn through all of our magical charge all at once. Right. These guys are also pretty easy to deal with. But we're getting some decent loot already. I mean, a grand soul gem, that ain't nothing to sneeze at. Oh, there's a lot of them though. Oh my word. Yeah, but they're weak. They're weak, and I see them die. See them driven before me. They're the lamentations of the imp women. He just kicked me in the face. What a disrespectful little shitbag. Put your nasty toes all up in my mouth. I would hate that. It would be awful. Looks like Billy Joe also put in some work before he disappeared. Ooh, another jeweled necklace. Love it. Love it. Couple potions. Okay. Okay. I mean, keeping it on expert is definitely worth all the hassle. Usually, right? Depends. It wasn't in the beginning for sure, but now that we're just straight up getting better, better goods, I'd say it's worth. Oh my god, there's a lot of imps in this cave. My lord. Billy Joe takes no prisoners, and Brooks no disrespect. Alright. Well, we've gotten all the imp galls we need. But I mean, we're already here, so why not just finish the unyielding cuirass. Not bad, not bad. Thank you, sir. Did you want to eat out there? Did you want to eat out there? I'm probably gonna be ending the stream here in a little bit.
Okay. I mean, I'm already.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll meet you out there in a second. We're gonna finish this cave up, guys, and then I'm gonna spend some quality time with the missus and eat this delicious meal she has prepared for me. Sundays will probably definitely be our shorter days. I think we're gonna, the more I was thinking about it, kind of like after what happened yesterday in terms of like with the viewer counts and all that stuff. One, I'm kind of a night owl anyway, so I'm always up at night. But I also, can we run across this? Because it looks dangerous, but it looks like if we succeed, then we're chilling. There's also a lot of chests in here. Holy, love to see it. I'm a bit of a night owl anyway, and I was thinking like Fridays, Saturdays, doing like fairly long streams and getting quite a bit of, I guess, time out of them would honestly kind of seems to make more sense. We are also in the beginning of the week, like Monday, Tuesday, maybe even Wednesday. We have a lot of time we have to put in for the first impression series. And there's also, and I was thinking to myself, there's not a real reason why that can't also be filmed, right? Like, or why I can't stream that as well. Filmed makes me sound a lot more important than I am. But there's not a whole lot of reason why that can't be streamed as well. You know what I mean? It obviously won't be whatever the populace, whatever the populace is, right? The game, like the populace game at the time. So whatever everyone's playing, but it'll still be a time for people to come in, kick it if you want, just kind of like chat about whatever we're talking about, right? So we jumped across this cavern. Now we're gonna run up here. Then we're gonna run up here. There's absolutely nothing. Nothing. Oh, I was about to be pissed. I have watched other people glitch out and get stuck and stuff. I was really afraid that that was about to be me for a second. Ah, my legs. Didn't do as much Oblivion as we were kind of hoping for this stream, but we also weren't really... We weren't really doing... We were going to do more news anyway. So we basically did exactly what we were planning on doing. Is there more enemies here? No, there's just... Okay, so we've already... Oh, that just circles back. Oh, that literally just circles back around to here. Gotcha. Gotcha. All right, so now I guess we just got to backtrack to get up out of Myaw. Any chests we didn't check? Nope, doesn't look like it. All right. So let's go ahead and we'll just kind of call it there. We've already put quite a few hours into Oblivion Remastered, so that's nice. This has been a pleasant, definitely a pleasant game. Anyway, guys, I appreciate y'all coming and hanging out with me. I apologize if the Sunday stream was a little bit shorter, but I think moving forward, that's probably what we'll be looking at, where it's like Fridays, Saturdays, we're looking for a later night, 6 to 8 hour stream. Like really put in a lot of time on those 2 nights. And then Sunday will be like a short thing, maybe where we just look up some news and get ready for the video that will be dropping Monday. Because Monday and Friday are going to be the news and the first impression videos. Those are pretty much set in stone. Really, outside of that, everything else that's in the up in the air is more of like the streaming schedule. But Friday, Saturday, especially for gamers, a lot of gamers, I realize, and I kind of should have thought about it because I'm up late at night on a Friday, Saturday. So I imagine there's quite a few gamers who are up late night around those times as well. But I appreciate everybody coming and kicking it with me, giving me your time. Love all you guys. But that's been it for me. I've been Titus. And until next time, I'll see you.